Hello ladies and gentle ladies, welcome back to another Industria live stream. And today we're going to be continuing with the Crystallizer, hopefully finishing it off today, and then we'll be moving on to the Kiln. Which will be exciting. So yeah, let's just go ahead and get started, I think. Hello Wide, welcome to the stream. And yeah, let's go ahead and just get started, I suppose. So I will quickly actually turn that off so that we can have this bigger. So anyone who was not here in the previous stream, we worked on this bad boy, which is the Crystallizer. The rendering is still a little bit questionable. I don't remember what we did to make that happen. I don't remember why it did that. I think it was the transparency? Maybe? I'm just gonna go and have a look. So that would be in here. I think it was this right here. Because I think that if I just move this back over, actually, and I think if I remove this, we'll find, oh, it does still do that. I don't know why it's doing that then. That's kind of weird, isn't it? Also, it doesn't want to, there you go. Very suspicious, I will say. Very, very suspicious. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that then, because I thought that would really be it. But apparently not, I guess. I don't know. Genuinely not sure. What is this machine? So this machine is the Crystallizer. So it turns sodium aluminate into aluminum hydroxide. And basically you can also put in, you can put back in the aluminum hydroxide and it will work as a catalyst to make it go fast. And it also outputs sodium carbonate as well, but that's not important yet. It probably will for something in the future, I'm not sure, but for now it outputs that, so that's kind of the important bit. And yeah, so we've got the aluminum hydroxide, which is what we're going to be using next in the kiln. So that's going to be probably what we're going to work on today. I did kind of want to get like crystals kind of rendering, like growing in here, but to be honest, I don't really know how to do that or even what I want it to look like. Like, I don't know how they should grow in here. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with that yet. The other thing is, I do want to make it so that as the recipe is kind of going along, it will start to drain the fluid. I think that would be cool. And I mean, we can probably do that fairly easily, I think. So if I come into here, so basically I can get rid of these and pretty much just put them in here. So if I get a float progress, sure. And then basically I want to do the amount times the progress, maybe? Is that correct? No, so that's not going to be correct. Well, kind of. Yeah, kind of. So it needs to be the amount. So let's do long water to remove. This tick. The amount times the progress. No, so that's not gonna do it correctly. Because if the progress is 0.5 or anything above 0.5, then it's just gonna remove half every tick, which doesn't make sense. Oh wait. The amount times the progress. This might be fine, actually. This might genuinely be fine. I mean, we can see, right? So if we do this, and then we're gonna have to start up this machine. Hello, Alex. Good morning. Wakey, wakey. How are you? If we grab some bauxite and sodium hydroxide. Damn. I don't know why I'm going over there. Okay, we'll let this run through for a second. It shouldn't take too long because this is already at 666. And this will just go straight through here, I think? Yeah. So this shouldn't take too long. And we hopefully will see that it starts to remove these. In theory. So this is just going to do its thing. Come on, do your thing. There we go, which should fill this up. And we should see that a whole lot of nothing is happening. Interesting. Hello, Basti. Welcome to the stream. Why? Oh, it's trying to oh, I see what's happening. So, yeah, I see. So it's basically finding that it's not having a recipe anymore. Right, I see the problem. Okay. So this code right here, it will actually check the amount, which is fine. Or actually it's this right here, really. I think I can just remove this. I'm going to comment it out just in case that's not correct. Remove it. Except get current recipe also isn't going to work. Vicious. The plan for today is to hopefully finish off the crystallizer, and then we're going to work on the kiln as well. That is the plan. But I need to change it so that it will actually consume the fluids whilst it's running. Now, there should be a way to get a recipe from the current recipe ID. What does get current recipe do? Get first match. Is there also a way to get it from... There is. So that's actually what I want. I want to get it from a registry key. So, how did I do that? Oh, yes. I haven't shrunk the screen. There you go. So basically what I think I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna create a private optional or well, yeah, sure, it can be optional, of a crystallizer recipe. Well, no, I actually don't want it to be optional because that's just going to be annoying as everything. So we're going to say find or get recipe by ID. And kind of this, so this will get it like that. And then this needs to just do... Yeah, this is actually a recipe entry, which is why it's being weird. So it needs to be a recipe entry value, which will give us a recipe. So what I need to do is I just need to cast. How do I learn Forge? Most of the docs are outdated, stupid dependencies don't work, and there aren't any advanced Blender tutorials examples. AI recommended me to you? That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, for Forge, I don't know about Forge. There isn't really much. I would recommend kind of just look up YouTube tutorials for the most part. But as you say, there isn't much on like Blender or anything. So in that case, I would just look for examples. Of which there will be some. There will be many examples. Basically, any world gen mod will be fine. Other than that, it's like you can look at vanilla. The Forge docs are outdated, but you shouldn't be using Forge past 1.20.1 anyways, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. And if you are using Forge past 1.21 or 1.20.1, then you should be using NeoForge instead, not Forge. But other than that, I mean, it's just like look at examples and try and figure it out from there. You can join the modding discords. There are many modding discords, and you can ask for help in them. I think there's even a Blender discord, which would probably be of use to you. In fact, I think there's a whole modding world gen discord or something. I'm not sure. I'm not in it, but I think I've heard of that before. So yeah, just kind of try and look that up. Hello Romeo, welcome to the stream. Good evening to you too. Okay, so let's load back up. And this should, I think this should just work. I believe. So if this, we just have to wait for this to process. But once it has, it should fill this up to full, and then it should start progressing, in theory. Whoa! That did not work. I mean, it worked, but it didn't work. Yeah, so this obviously doesn't work. Yeah, it kind of works, but it also didn't really work. I think what I need to do... Yeah, it worked, but it didn't use the full progress amount, which it should have done. Which is because... I think I'm probably just being an idiot. So actually, this kind of isn't going to work anyways. This is actually not correct. This needs to use the amount, which it's not doing. First of all, but that won't help, I don't think. We can check though. So this should process pretty... But this is still not going to be correct. So this is still going to remove way too much, way too fast. So this will get us a progress between 0 and 1, right? Yeah, so I thought it would do that. Also, alright, because it hasn't finished. Right, okay. How do we do this? Am I being an idiot, or... I feel like... So, okay, this is between 0 and 1, right? This is going to be like a big number. Which if we times by like... So the progress is going to go... Right, it's between 0 and 1. So it's going to go like 0.005. So then it's going to do 0.005 times that. Right. And then the problem is that the next tick, it's then going to go up. So it's going to go to like 0.01 or whatever. What? Yeah, 0.1 or whatever. So then it's just going to remove a larger amount, and then it's going to remove even more and more and more and more. So this kind of just isn't going to work like that. Let me just... I feel like I've done this before? Maybe? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Hello, Wolfie Boy. Welcome to the stream. I can't see anything, actually. But I also don't really know where I'm looking. I think I'm looking for an old dirty chemistry mod, but I don't know if it was... Well, it's not 1.19, I know that for sure. Probably 1.15. And I'm thinking that I probably did it in the agitator? Maybe? Is my thought? I go... Yeah? actually, let's just try and write this from scratch without Copilot, because Copilot always gets. Thanks for answering my questions. I have a few more to ask. Where is the Blender disk? I would assume Blender Discord. I used to be in it, but I left it a while ago. You can see it on their it's on the Modern page. I assume it's also on the CurseForge page. Yeah, it is also on the CurseForge page. So okay, we still need this progress, right? So float current progress is going to be equal to this dot progress over this dot max progress, and that does need to be a float, of course. Then we are gonna need to do like long water to remove. Yeah, this is also, that is a good point. This is not a yeah, this is not a support chat. I recommend if you want support, you ask either in a modding Discord. You can either ask in mine if you want, which is linked in the description, or you know, modded MC, that's a good one. MMD is okay, even though I kind of hate them. Or you could ask in the Forge Discord if you're using Forge, although that's questionable. Neoforge if you're using Neoforge, Fabric if you're using Fabric, etc. That's probably your best bet, because I don't have time to help people with modding questions on the stream. That's just not gonna work. So if we do this, I think this will work, no? Right? And actually, what it's probably worth doing is clamping it, right? Well, no, I don't need to clamp it. I just need to make sure it doesn't go below 0. So I do math dot max between 0 and water storage. Oh, water storage amount negative that. And same here, so math dot max 0 crystal storage dot amount negative that. I realize now that we're not even using the current progress, so that does not need to exist. I mean, I think this should work. Let's just hot swap it and see. So I realized you actually couldn't see that because it's all, anyways, it should work. So we'll just watch this. We're gonna have to put more stuff in here though. So bauxite and sodium hydroxide. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Let's clear. Actually clear these as well. So that's just going to process. That's going to, yeah. Okay. Good. So when that gets into here, which it now is, then it's going to hopefully come through into here. And that's actually going to happen once more as well before that can, before it'll get into there. So that should go through. And then once more. Very slow. I shouldn't have made this slower because it's now way too slow. Ah, well. And hopefully, I guess it didn't work. Oh, or maybe it didn't have the correct amount from last time. It might have like bugged out or something. Okay, so we're gonna watch it. Okay. Here you go. It's not going fast enough though. Like at all. And prevent the texture stretching. It doesn't stretch. See, it doesn't stretch. It's fine. Okay, this is not working. So the amount provided by the max program. Right, because that's assuming that the progress is linear, which it's not. So that's kind of assuming that this runs for 1,000 ticks, but because it's got a catalyst in it, it runs 4 times faster. So that's actually not the case. So, so what it actually needs to be is it needs to have a long, current or, modified max progress, which is going to be equal let's do this. Let's have a long progress modifier. I don't know why I made that a long. That's definitely an int, but here we are. This is also an int, actually. So this would be the max progress divided by the progress modifier. And then that way, this can be over that number. And that should be more correct. I don't know if that quite worked. I think that worked. What are you saying, Wide? I have no idea what you just said. 30 board the way you mod is so tough. What does that even mean? I have no idea what that means. Can anyone translate? So yeah, I don't need this. You have energy cables, I assume. Yes, I do. These are my energy cables. And then these are my fluid pipes, and then these are my slurry pipes, and then somewhere here are my heat pipes. Or maybe I don't have heat pipes. Yeah, I don't have heat pipes in this world, because there's no need for heat pipes in this world. But I have those too. And very soon, probably, we're going to be adding gas pipes and maybe pressure pipes. I don't know. We'll see about pressure. Not sure how we're going to do that, to be honest. So I want to fix the Z fighting real quick because it's kind of annoying. I have a gas registry in my mod if you ever want to take a look at it. I think it's fine. I think it's going to be basically the same as slurries, to be honest. And those work like perfectly fine. It's basically the exact same thing, just like not a slurry, just a gas. So it will be fine. Right. Renderer. Yes, renderer. Come on, guys. Get me distracted. Renderer. So all I want to do is grab this, and then I want to grab the Y, and I'm just going to make it 4999. Wait. 5001, I think. We'll see when it gets to that. Did that just go down? Oh, right, because it's the rendering thing. I don't know why it's doing that. I genuinely have no idea why it's doing that. It's very weird. My guess is that it's like trying to color. I don't know why it would be trying to do that. Not sure. I'm very suspicious of it. But let's just check if this works. So hopefully this won't G-fight anymore. Yeah, it doesn't. It's fine. That's perfectly. Fantastic. Okay. Perfect. Should we try and get some crystals rendering? Maybe? I really don't know how to do that, to be honest. Okay, well, we're gonna wanna like get the item stack. So I'm actually going to go to the clarifier here. Because what we're gonna want is we're gonna want to utilize basically this, which is the next output item stack. So, well, actually, yeah, that's kind of what we want. It's going to be slightly different actually. So I'm going to move this over here, and I'm also going to make the game well. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to close it because we're not going to be able to do anything anyways without restarting it. So we'll open this. Okay. So I'm gonna copy this over. Okay. And now I just need to see where I'm setting this. So if the current recipe is null, so in here, we need to say if not this.next output item stack is empty, then this.next output item stack is equal item stack dot empty, and then we do an update. I'll turn Copilot back on. It can come back on now. Okay. We should also do that in here. So this.next output item stack is equal empty. And we need to do that. Yeah. No. No. It's gonna be that. Okay. Else. So it's actually, yeah, it is going to be in the else statement. So when the progress increases, then we're going to set. So we're going to want. Now, how do we do this? Let's do. And I mean, that's gonna. Yeah, that should be fine. That shouldn't be a problem. I mean, it's not ideal, but it'll be fine. Okay, and we're gonna want to just sync that as well. So there we go. And then same thing in read MB. Apparently I've been putting brackets around them in here, so for consistency's sake I will put them here too. Anything else that I need to use that in? No. So that should be all I need, and the rest will just be in the renderer. So let's go to the renderer. Okay, and I'm going to create just a quick method here. So a private static, or it doesn't have to be static actually. Private void render fluids, and it should just. I don't really trust that it's actually done that correctly, so I'm gonna close there. Okay, and render fluids. Fantastic. Okay. But first we want to render the next output item. And that is a good point. We are going to want a getter method for that as well. So let's come to like here and get next output items. Okay. Oops, that is not that. It is item stack. And then if item stack is empty, we'll just return. Okay. So, what we need to do, we need to push. That is correct. We kind of need. Yeah, kind of. I'm gonna want basically this similar kind of thing to what we did in the mixer, where I had the pre-computed position. Or did I not? I didn't do that in the mixer. Okay. But we are going to want to do that. So we are going to want to pre-compute the positions, because otherwise it's just going to change every single frame. So we are going to have to do that. Actually. So how are we going to do this? Well, let's think. So we're going to have a... So I'm trying to think what's the best way to like store the positions. And I'm thinking probably just the same way I did it in the clarifier. So in here I just store a grid position array, which is like kind of what I want, except it's not a grid position. Instead, it's going to be I mean, it could just be a vector 3, to be honest. I actually wonder why I didn't use a vec 2 here. Ah, well. So yeah, it's just going to be a vec 3 f. Is it f or is it d? So if I do translate, it can be a d. Yeah, and if I want to translate, then it needs to be a vec 3d. Okay. So we'll do a vec 3d. What is this? It is actually a doubles, yeah? Good. Okay. That's fine then. So we'll have a vec 3d array, which will be positions. I'm not sure we really want 64. I guess we could. Sure. Sure. This is not going to be the same. So okay. So we do want a random though. So let's do random is equal a new random. So this is going to be different every single time. So what it might actually be worth doing is just putting a seed in here of like that. I don't know. Sure, that's fine. But then it won't be different every single time. Because if you reload the world and come back in, it doesn't really make sense if they change. So we'll just leave them like that. Do 48. I could, but like it doesn't really matter, to be honest. I mean, there's never going to be an output of 64 items, realistically. Okay, can Copilot maybe generate some kind of function for me here? So, what's it done? Times 0.5 plus 0.25. No, that's not going to be used. What app are you using? You mean IntelliJ? This is IntelliJ. Or this is IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate, but any IntelliJ works. What values do you want? Well, I just want a random value in the like area, right? So I need to really define the min-x and the max-x, right? So I don't really need to take in the index. I just need to take in the are they doubles or are they floats? What do we do down here? They're floats. I do not pay for IntelliJ, no. I get it for free because I am a student. Highly recommend, if you're a student, make sure you apply for that student license so you get it for free. Sure, this will work. Yeah. You have to apply through GitHub student, the student pack, I think, or yeah, I think it uses GitHub. Okay, max Y, this is not correct. So the max Y is actually 46 over 16, but that's also then negative 0.5 plus that. This can just be that, and this could not have that. No, there isn't really a difference between them. I mean, basically all it does is it includes a bunch of plugins, pretty much. Like they're paid plugins, to be fair, so like you can't get them without it. But if I go down here, you see basically all of these plugins are included. All of these ones. And how many of these do I use on a daily basis? Probably like 2. I don't use any of them, to be honest. So yeah. I'm gonna do this because otherwise that's gonna bug me, and I like to have spacing between my thing. Actually, that kind of looks worse. I'm shocked. Okay, well, if I'm gonna do that, I might as well do that. No, that's horrible. You probably use more than you think. Maybe I do. It's possible that I do, but I don't think I do. I don't think I need to translate. Don't know. Right, so let's do... How do we actually want to do this? Because I don't want to choose the same position twice. Or I could just generate all 64, to be fair. What I'll do first, actually, is I will grab a float progress equal... I don't have a get progress, do I? So we'll do over entity.get max progress, and we'll just cast that to a float. Okay. That's an int. And there we go. Okay. So int index is equal progress times length -1. Yeah, that's no, not what I want. I want it to like scale with the progress. I don't want it to choose an index based on the progress, because that's not going to do what I want it to do. Yeah, so what I want is I want int index. So let's get the count. So int count is equal that, and then int index. So we'll do for I less than count. We'll move these into this for loop, and we'll say int index I plus output item index. No, what the hell is that? I don't really know how to choose an index, to be honest. Like I want to use the count, but I don't want it to always be the first, because that just wouldn't really work. I don't really know how to do it. Maybe I could do Yeah, so what if I do output item position dot length minus count plus I. No. Not that. I want count I negative. Oh. I'm trying to think. I kind of know what I want. I'm just not thinking how to do it. I basically want to know. Okay, yeah, I know what I want to do. So I want to know how many times count fits into the length. So if I do output items.length divided by count, yeah, then I want to times that by I. I don't know if I need this in brackets. Maybe I'm just going to put it in brackets anyways. Yeah, and then I want a position. Then we're going to translate it to position. I might need to do this. Maybe? Don't think so, actually. I don't think I do need to do that. What I want to do is I want to scale it. I'm going to say float scale. What? Why would I do this? I don't think that's what I want. Progress times math.pi? Why? Why would you do this? Don't know why you would do this. I mean, it's like kind of what I want, but not what I want. So like, yeah, this isn't going to work, but I don't want to do this, I don't think. I just want to do that. Yeah, that's not a thing. Copilot is actually hallucinating right now. So we're going to use this.context.getItemRender.renderItem. How do we do this? We use, I think, the first one. So we use the item stack. We use model transformation mode dot none. We want the light overlay, matrices, vertex consumers, entity.world 0. And the most important thing is to pop the stack. Okay. This probably isn't going to work exactly how I intended it to work, but we'll try. Is it loading? It is, it's just taking a while. As usual. I don't know why I'm surprised at this point. There we go. Okay, let's see what it does then. So it is about to fill up in a second. I suspect we're going to get some very weird behavior. That's my expectation. As a matter of fact, we might not get anything render. Oh, I see an item in there. Interesting. Interesting. What? So 0.5 plus... Oh. Yeah, I don't want that. I just want... Wait, no, I do want that. Wait, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want, like, that, maybe. Let's do tick rate, 100. And let's just take out our, take that out. Alright, this is cool. There we go. Now, that is rendering directly in the center. I don't know why it's doing that, to be honest. I keep thinking that like the level is going down, but it's not. It's just rendering weirdly. It's very confusing. I need to fix that like ASAP. It's very confusing. This is stock working, so I'm guessing that this has run out. Yes, it has. Okay. Okay. So I actually kind of wanted it to render as like a cross model. I don't know if there's an easy way to do that. I'm thinking if I render it twice, maybe. So if I render it once and then I do matrices dot, do I need to push again? Maybe. And then do matrices dot multiply. I don't want to do 90. I just want to do 45, I think. Or is it 90? No, it would be 90. And this is rotation axis. And this is rotation degrees. And then I do that, and then I do matrices dot pop. I actually don't know if I need to push and pop. But we'll just see what that does. Yeah, kind of. All it does just need to do is it needs to also actually like rotate, like generally rotate. I'm actually going to try without the push and pop because I don't think I need those. We'll see what that does. Because I think it should be fine since I'm not using any transformation here. I think it's probably fine. And even if I was, I suspect that this probably pushes and pops anyways. Did it run out again? No, this is just full. I was going to say, there's no way it ran out that quickly. That would be crazy. Yeah, so I don't need to push and pop. That's fine. But I do just want to do a little rotation here. So matrices dot multiply. I don't want to do 90. I want to do something with the index. I times 360 over count. Maybe. Why is this not running? Because that's full. That has not worked. Because, yeah, that makes sense. So that's actually not doing anything. Because I would be 0, right? So if I do I plus 1. One times 360. Oh, right. This is full now? Damn. God damn. It's done again? Yeah. I need a way to constantly put things in here, but I can't do that yet because I don't have conveyors or anything, so I'm gonna have to do those at some point soon, aren't I think. Let's just take this out. Oh, there's definitely a little bit of a client glitch. Stacking slot stuff. There you go. That's what I wanted. Obviously, it looks a little bit weird because it has a missing texture, right? So it looks a little bit weird. What I could do actually, just see if the things work, right, is to just set count to 64 and just see what that does. That should. Yeah. Not quite. Not quite. So I reckon that's probably the min Y that's caused that. So if I get rid of this, I set min Y to 0, maybe? I'm gonna have to actually restart to test that though, unfortunately. I kind of want to like properly implement like a full-on debug system so that I could easily like, I don't know, run some like client command in the game and it would just like change something like this for me. I think that'd be really cool, but it would just, I think, be a little bit too complex at the moment. Okay, so don't tell me it's stopped already. Yeah, it hasn't. So why is it not doing anything? Oh, it is. Has the tick rate reset? I think the tick rate's reset. Look at that. So they all like grow and stuff. Okay. Now this is being weird. I'm not sure why it's being. Actually, I don't have to actually change. I could just change that here. So I could actually just do matrices.translate 0. 0.75 probably isn't enough. Yeah, and it also does need to be negative. Nope, -2. Kind of, yeah. It's not quite right. You can tell it's not quite right. Maybe like 2.5. I mean, what it actually seems like is that the height... Oh no, I guess the height is correct. The thing is that it's like... Because it's going straight to the edges, right? So these actually all need to be... Like maxi actually needs to be minus 0.5. Maybe. Max Y needs to be like minus 0.25. That kind of thing. This needs to be 0.25. I mean, I can't hot swap that because yeah. But if we run it again, hopefully that will mean it's more kind of in the center. And this is obviously with there being 64 of them, by the way. But like, you know. Because there wouldn't be 64 of them. I could use like I couldn't really do that. Tick rate 100. The other option, of course, is just don't make them go as large, which I will maybe try if necessary. That hasn't worked, and that's because actually this needs to be yeah, because now that I think about it, actually, that's probably exactly what's going on here. So the Y actually needs to be negative. So if I do position.x, position.y, position.z, get rid of this translation and just do negative the Y. Yeah, that still kind of works. And then, yeah, this Y offset now needs to be plus 0.25. I think. No, this still needs to be negative 0.25. That's fine. The min Y just needs to be positive 0.25, I think. What it might be worth doing actually is just like just negating the, so making those both negative in there, and then that means I don't have to do that here. I can just use position. Not that it actually makes a difference because this will just call the overload anyways, but I think that makes more sense. Obviously that's going to be weird because it's now know like what to do, but see what this does. Right. So yeah, they're all down there, which is as expected because it's still using the same old values. So obviously if I save and quit and then load back in again, this time it should get them in the right places. And I'm actually going to adjust the scale here. So I'm going to say that they should only go to like 0.35 maybe. Yeah, I think 3.5 is fine. So log back in again. We'll do our tick rate 100. Oh. Not quite. So I think what it's done there Oh, this 0.25 here isn't quite right, I don't think, because this would actually mean it's negative. No, that should be fine, actually. Why is it doing that? This should be okay. What I might actually do is do this. So I'm going to set it to actually I'm just going to set it to something that I can use, so like a diamond. I'll just do this. New item stack, items.diamonds, 64. Okay, and that way I should be able to see. Oh, right, that's not going to work because progress is 0. Is that why? Or is it being weird, or I don't think that should be why. Like, I should still be able to see them, they would just be very small. Let's also do a thing with the progress real quick. So let's just do math dot sign. Sure, we'll try that. I don't know what that's doing, but we'll try that. Okay. This just lets me see the position. So yeah, those ones are fine. It's the bottom that it's weirdly offset from, and I don't really know why. This might just need to be 0, I guess. But the Y is obviously not correct either, so maybe the Y needs to be negative 0.5. I guess. Also, is it upside down? I think it's upside down, isn't it? Why is it upside down? Oh, right, of course it's upside down, because I'm rendering it upside down. Because I'm rendering the model upside down. But everything in that render method actually renders upside down. Right. I actually don't want that. I want to do multiply. Is it positive X, or is it? I think it's probably positive X. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that just gets those the right way around. I mean, for the most part, this is kind of like fine. It's got a little bit of a buffer on all the sides, which is how it should be. Though I think it's the wrong way around, to be honest. Why do you render the model upside down? Because that's what you have to do. That's what vanilla expects you to do. So that's what I'm doing. I think I can add this if check back in, actually, because that's not doing anything, is it? Yeah, that's fine. So what was I doing? Oh yes. I wanted to just decrease this buffer a little. Because I think it's a little too much. So we'll go like 125. And then we'll have to figure out this Y value. So I'm gonna have to restart the game for that. And we'll try again. Hopefully this should be the last restart. I hope. But we'll see. I mean, this progress is actually like kind of not ideal. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy what I use in here, which is this. Entity dot get well. There you go. Almost. It's there's still a massive offset at the bottom here. Like, what the hell is going on? Could this be negative 0.125, maybe? I mean, actually, the offset is, like, quite big at the bottom. I wonder if it should be... I don't think it's 0.5, but maybe, like, 0.25. I also love it so that they don't intersect with each other, but I don't really know how to do that, to be honest. Like, that sounds very complicated. I mean, for the most part, they kind of don't, because there is just enough space between them. But obviously, sometimes they do. And the Y is also not correct, so this should even maybe be like 0.75. Or maybe it needs to be 0.5 and then negative 125. So we do 625. We're gonna have to restart again, of course. And now we wait. How's your guys' day been? Everyone had a good day? Anyone got up to anything exciting today? That's actually worked, hasn't it? That's nice. I mean, it's going to get a little bit big here, but it's not going to go over the top, so it's kind of fine. And that's enough of a gap at the bottom, so that's fine. Because all I've been doing today is I've been doing university work all day, which is not fun. You know, writing reports and stuff, it's not fun. I don't recommend. Not really a good day. 2 servers crashed with CPU errors after a power cut and both motherboard PCUs died. Ooh. Damn. that's yikes. Hopefully you can get that sorted. Because yeah, that sounds not great. The not touching isn't that difficult, by the way. Just get the distance and recalculate the point if the distance is too small. Yeah, but the problem is the distance. Oh no, I guess that's not really a problem. I was going to say the distance depends on the size, but it doesn't depend on the size because it actually just depends on the max size. So yeah, kind of. I mean, how should I do that then? Should I say... If I say like vec 3D generated pos, and then I need to have like while some condition. While generated pos dot squared distance to 0, 0 is greater than 1. No. Boolean intersect intersect is equal false. And then y, and then or j is less than I, j plus plus. Yeah, that's fine. If square distance 2 is less than 0.5 or 0.25, intersects is true. I guess that's probably fine. To be honest, that's probably actually correct. I'm not sure that 0.25 is correct though. What did I set the size to? Where have I set the size? I'm completely blind. Where is it? 0.35. There you go. Okay. So 0.25, kind of, yeah. We'll just do 0.35. Yeah, you hate. I know you hate it, Basta. You do, don't you? But like, what am I meant to do, man? I mean, actually, this isn't gonna work because it's a for loop, right? I mean, I could do I negative negative, but then yeah. So I actually need to do like Let's do this. Let's do private static boolean intersects. Kinda, but not that. And that can just be. What have I called the array? This. Yeah, but this needs to be. Let's do yeah, so that will check if it intersects. Let's have a double radius so that I can just do that. Okay. So let's have. This is fine, right? So it generates a position. Let's have Boolean intersects is equal true, and then I say while intersects, right? Then we generate a new position, and then I just simply say intersects is equal that, but like 3.5, and that's it, right? I think. What is count? Count is I. That's fine. But this should be fine. But yeah, you're right. I probably should just have a max attempts as well, because it's possible maybe it won't work. So what I'll say is int attempts is equal 0. Oh yes. Thank you, Copilot. I do actually need that. Yeah, and then I do want to just say if attempts greater than if attempt plus is greater than 100, then it breaks. But if it breaks, then it's not going to set it to anything, right? So if it breaks, I'll just set it to be... yeah, I mean, that's fine. Generated pop. Why did you decide that you build different pipes with fixed position of output? To do it like Ender IO, you can set the output input in the UI. I might have it so you can eventually set the output and input in the UI. But for now, I don't see a point in doing that. Or like, yeah, like right now that's like a lot of effort to do. So I'm just not gonna do it yet. But like maybe eventually I'll do it. It's gonna be a pain to do though, because it will require rewriting everything. I mean, at some point I would like to have it like Ender IO pipes, so that you can actually put 2 pipes in one block. I think that would be very cool. In theory, it should also be very easy to do with my code. In theory. But I kind of do want to do that. It's just the model that will be a pain in the butt. But yeah, in theory, it should be quite simple to do that. But yeah, it's the model that will be a pain in the butt, and then also the number of states. So like there'll be just so many block states. It will be insane. So we'll see. I might do that at some point though, because that would be pretty cool too. Is there a way to simplify this into one if statement? I guess I can just do this and then break, and then that's true. Yeah, I could just do that. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Wait, can I do that? Yes, if I just do this, that is simplified. So if it does not intercept or attempts, or the next attempt is greater than 100, it sets the output break. I think that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That shouldn't be a problem, I don't think. I kind of do want to... why the model? You create one model and render different colors in the model, like red is energy, blue liquid. Well, they're not rendered as block entities though. They're rendered as just like normal JSON model. So that would kind of be a pain to do. What's wrong with it, Basti? I don't see what's wrong with it. It generates a position. If it doesn't intersect, iterate over count, not the number of items. Well, yeah, because the count is the current index, right? And there isn't going to be anything in the indices past that index because they haven't been filled yet. So it's only going to go to count. There's no point iterating over the rest because they're just empty. There's nothing in there. Well, then the 000 can never be an item. Well, it doesn't need to be an item. Also, no, because... yeah, count is the current, yeah. It's fine, I think. We'll just restart. And it's going to be hard to test if that's worked or not, to be honest. I'm also not sure if there's actually enough space to fit 64 of them in there without them intersecting with each other. But we'll see. Okay, they're in there. They're very small. They look to be not intersecting. That's not working. Definitely not working then. I mean, they're not technically intersecting these two, but like they were very close to it. So that's obviously not working. Because there's still loads of space. Like there could be one like right here, right? There's no reason for these ones. And these ones actually are intersecting. I feel like 3.35 is enough. Oh, unless it needs to... no, that should be fine. I'll try 0.5. What should the crystallizer do? So the crystallizer, you put in like a fluid, right? So in this case we're putting in sodium aluminate? No, or are we outputting sodium aluminate? What are we outputting? We're outputting aluminum hydroxide. So we must be putting in sodium aluminate because we also output sodium carbonate. So we have... so yeah, so we put in sodium aluminate and water, and then it will output the crystals, basically. But you can also put in a catalyst as well, which will speed it up. As you can see, this is the catalyst here. It will be useful for a lot more things than this recipe in the future. This is still not working, you know, Basti. Even at 0.5, which is half a block. Like, these two are right next to each other. Yeah, they're just going to go straight inside of each other. Well, why does my code suck? I don't know what's wrong with my code. What's wrong with this? Temps is equal 0. It generates a position. So it's got to be this intersects method, right? So the squared distance 2. Maybe because it's the squared. Should it be the squared distance? Or should it just be distance? Not gonna lie, don't know what the difference is. I have no idea what the difference between these two methods is. But why would you ever want the distance squared? You know, whatever. Sure. We're just going to stick with distance 2. Okay, and I'm going to turn it back down to 3.5 because it doesn't need to be 0.5. That's insane. Okay. Now we wait again. We need to find something we can do whilst just waiting for the game to load. There has to be something that can be done. Like, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Are any of these even close to each other? I don't think so, actually. They all seem pretty far apart. Answer TTS messages? That's a terrible idea. I also have no idea how to enable TTS messages. Does YouTube even have that? Or is that even a thing? Like, I have no idea. I don't think that's a thing on YouTube. Although I do have stream elements. I don't know, maybe that's the thing that does. I don't even know what stream elements does because I don't know why it's even here. So, you know. But I think that's a terrible idea. Because just say crazy things. But yeah, this is fine. I mean, a little bit weird. To be honest, I probably shouldn't like be drawing like this face right here. But well. I don't really want to rewrite all my rendering code to make it so you can choose which faces not to draw, because that's like kind of a lot of effort. I also don't draw the bottom face. Maybe worth considering at some point in the future. But yeah, I mean, this should work, right? So if I do this, right, and then I set this to be entity.get get progress over entity. No, what the hell? Okay. So if we just take out this because it's full, it will start to do its thing. And it's going to go really slow because it doesn't have a catalyst. So if I actually take out one of these, put it in there. That didn't work. Hello? Oh, I can't put it in there because it's running, right? So it locks the recipe when it's running. Which it shouldn't actually do that for the catalyst, now that I think about it. Why is it rendering so many? It doesn't output that many, does it? So is this really done again? I think it actually is. From the front, it looks like a vending machine. It kind of does look like a vending machine. A good job this is not the final model. To be clear, this is not the final. None of these are going to be the final models, to be honest. I don't think. The only model here that is probably not going to change is the wind turbine, because I think this is perfectly fine. But like all of these other models, they are going to change. I mean, the mixer... No, the mixer's going to change too, because it needs to have like a visibly... needs to visibly have an output and inputs on all the sides. So that's going to change. This is probably going to change. Maybe? I don't know. It might be fine if it just had a texture, to be honest. But like, this is definitely going to change. Fluid pump, obviously. I mean, it doesn't even have a model, so a lot of things are going to be changed still. Anyways, let's grab... I don't know why I'm doing that. Oh. Grab that and put these in there. And we'll turn the tick rate back to 100. Have fun adjusting all your magic numbers for the... I'm not using magic numbers. For most things, I'm not using magic numbers. Right, like here, there is no magic numbers. The only magic number here is the seed that's used for the random, which is like... not that important. I want to know why it's rendering so many, because it doesn't output that many. Oh no, it does. It outputs 8. I see. I didn't realize it outputted 8. Well, there you go then. So that's why it's rendering 8, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice. And if I obviously put one of these in here... Oh. We should be able to see it goes even faster, because it should now use this. Yeah. And then that will get used up, because it's used up part of the thing. If we let it go again, it will use up another one, hopefully. And there you go. So that's kind of like that done, to be honest, at least for now. Yeah, that's basically that done. So, moving on. So, the next thing is going to be the kiln. So, let me just have a look at my little thing. I would like to have Ilya here so that he can tell me what it looks like, because I don't know what it looks like. But it's actually called a rotary kiln. Meaning I assume it rotates. Maybe? You guys can look at Wikipedia with. Rotary kiln. Here we go. Which is rotated slowly along its longitudinal axis. Interesting. So it's like, yeah, so it's like a big pipe that just like rotates over and over. Oh, that's not what I expected. I expected that the heat would come from below, and by rotating it... What does rotating it do then? I'm not sure I understand. Why would you rotate it? But sure. So basically... Okay, apparently this is a rotary kiln. It's just a big tube. Really? Where is the rotary kiln? I don't know. Not gonna lie, I don't see that anywhere. Is it this? I doubt that rotates. Or maybe only the inside rotates, so maybe you can't actually like see it rotating, right? Oh, here you go. Large rust-colored horizontal tube at center right. So it actually is this. So does it like... Does the stuff like move along it? Like, is there like basically like a conveyor? As the kiln rotates, material gradually moves down towards the lower end. May undergo a certain amount of stirring and mixing. I see. Okay. The important thing to note, guys, is that it doesn't need to be realistic. So... Oh, it's used to make cement. Or it can be used to make cement, but it's obviously not usually used. But... Interesting. Oh, it's also used to make lime. Damn. Lime was made in a rotary kiln. You hear that, lime? This is where you were made. This is where you were conceived. You were conceived in a rotary kiln. Who knew? Refractories. Oh, refractories. What is a refractory? I was saying this. Okay. Interesting. Okay, Basti. That's crazy. Yeah. Okay. So how big should this be? Because in real life, this is clearly fucking massive. Like, this is a very big tube. It's interesting because... Oh, I guess no mods have them, do they? I was thinking like mods that have kilns, but then this isn't a normal kiln, this is a rotary. A 20 blocks wide multi-block. I don't know. The thing is, it needs to be... Oh, it does need to be like a relative size to like... the other stuff, though. Right, because this right here... This is probably... what I have called the clarifier. So... And I suspect this is maybe the digester? Maybe? Assuming this is the same setup. Which it might not be, to be fair. This could actually even be the mixer, now that I think about it. Oh, no, this is a cement plant. I should have read that. But like, yeah, that would be the size of the other stuff, I think, usually. So, maybe you can stack up cylinders next to each other, and it depends how much they stack, the faster and more effective it is. That's a good idea, you know. Except for the fact that... Except for the fact that I don't really want to code that. That's going to be a pain in the butt. Like things that go horizontally are kind of a pain in the butt as it is. But like something that's like a multi-block that goes horizontally might be very tricky to do. Uh, well, well. I don't know, actually. Can use similar code like the pipes? Kind of, maybe, but if it's a multi-block, that's not really gonna work. I think the first thing we've got to figure out is how big do we want it to be in terms of what's the word? Diameter. We got to figure out what we want the diameter to be. Do you plan to add jetpacks too or something similar? I think possibly in the future there might be some kind of jetpack kind of thing. In the future. But I'm not promising anything. Because I have a lot of plans for the future and I'm purposely not saying them because I don't want to overpromise. So 3x3 or 6x6. Yeah, I don't want to scope creep. That's exactly it. Because there are a lot of things I think this mod could be, but I don't want to go overkill and be like, this mod is going to be everything. Because I think, especially with a tech mod like this, it's very easy to say, let's just add the entire fucking Earth. Like, you know, you got to be very careful. Because you could go on forever adding machines of all these different things. Which is why right now I'm very focused on just sticking with this aluminium processing line. This is just for aluminium, by the way. Although, as it does say, like, this could be used for titanium. This can be used for whatever this is. I don't know what this is. Not off the top of my head, anyways. Magnesium? Oh, it's a ferrosilicate, so silicon? Nope, no idea what this is. Still doesn't really help me. Okay. Yeah, I don't really want to aim for Greg Tech. I think it'd be cool to have like a similar amount of content to Greg Tech, but like not the complexity of Greg Tech. Greg Tech gets a little too complex for unnecessary reasons, in my opinion. I like your sweater, by the way. Looks very comfy. Thank you. It's actually a dressing gown. But yes, it is very comfy. That is why I wear it. But hopefully I won't have to wear it soon. Hopefully it will be warmer soon, maybe. That'd be nice. Although I am in the UK, so probably not anytime soon. Okay, what have we decided on, chat? Have we decided on 3x3 or 6x6 or something in the middle? Well, actually, we can't really go in the middle because there's two numbers in the middle. So either 3x3 or 6x6. I feel like 6x6 is too big. But then again, yeah, 6x6 is too big. It's too big. Make 6x3. That wouldn't work. That makes no sense. 3x3, 4x4, 5x5. I think 3 by 3 is fine. Because everything else is 3 by 3. Or like 3 by 3, 4 by 4. Like things don't really go much bigger than that. I think 3 by 3, we'll go 3 blocks in diameter. Right, 3 blocks in diameter. But in terms of length, so what are we going to do in terms of length? Should we have it so you can choose the length yourself? Or should we have it so it has a specific length? Choose the length would be cooler. I agree. But I think that's also a lot harder. Like a lot harder. I feel like if I do that, I'm gonna have to build a new multi-block system. Right? Like, I'm gonna have to write a new system. Well, actually, I guess not really, because I kind of already have that for the fractional distillation tower. It's just vertical instead of horizontal. But making it horizontal does make it more complex. So either way, we're gonna have to register a new block. So I don't know why I'm faffing about, because we have to do that either way. So we're gonna go rotary kiln block. Rotary kiln. Yeah, you could just have multiple multi-blocks. That's true. But that would also still kind of require me rewriting everything. At least I think it would be rewriting a lot of things. I mean, actually, I'm gonna have to do that anyways, I think. In one of those online wheels and gamble which one. Not sure I want the mod to be dictated by a random online wheel. Since once kind of I've started with this, we're kind of stuck in it. Like, I'm not going to go back and change it once we've decided on it. Because that would just be too much effort. I mean, I don't know, maybe in the future I will, but probably not, realistically. I think... I'm just trying to think of the best way we could even implement this. Like, even if we did it so you built it yourself. No, even if we didn't do it so you built it yourself. Well, actually, that would be very easy if you didn't build it yourself. Okay, question. If you build it yourself, are you placing one, like, block at a time? Like, one block in length at a time? Right, and if so, like, what are the lengths? Right? So, the thing is, right? In real life, it's about 230 meters. But it's by 6 meters in diameter. Right? So we're scaling it down by half. Right? So 3 meters in diameter. But that also means that it should be 115 blocks in length. So that's obviously ridiculous. But I feel like it should be long. More than 16 is awkward because of... I mean, it's probably fine. Because I think the multi-blocks would chunk... Well, actually, they don't need to chunk load. Because it all just happens from the controller anyways. But that make yours 30 long. Okay. I mean, that's not too bad. Like 30, that very 32s, that's 2 chunks. We could do 32, that's 2 chunks. Or we don't have to keep it perfectly accurate, so we could make it 16 long, which would make it a full chunk. So that'd be 3 by 3 by 16. The problem I have with doing a single piece at once is that, like, if it's just one piece, it's just not gonna work. Like, that's simply not gonna work. It has to be at least some length. So I'm not sure how to do that. I guess maybe it could just, like, not work until it's a certain length, maybe? That might work. Like, maybe it has to be a certain length before it even works. That would work. I think let's do that. Make it 6 to 16 and as long as more effective. Yeah. Yeah, I think that would work. So basically, it's going to be... The problem is, we still only want it to be... like, one controller block. Like, maybe... I'm trying to think, because... The way it works, right, is you would place down this rotary kiln block, and then it would place the multi-block blocks around it. But the problem is, if you extend it, right, if you extend, so you want to add a new one, right, you'd have to place down another rotary kiln block, which means there would be another block entity. What if... I have an idea, actually. I just came out with a massive big brain idea. This is a big brain idea, guys, okay? Let me just do the block properties first. So we're gonna have... Are we gonna have comparator outputs? How does this work? It takes in items, it outputs items. So, yes, we are. We're going to have horizontal facing. We are going to use rotated shapes. And now I'm just going to say a full cube. Okay, then we're going to say that it has a block entity renderer. Hello, Wide. Welcome back. So let's do this. Rotary kiln. Okay. And then I'll show you guys my big brain idea. So, should tick takes in a boolean. It should tick, yes, but we're going to supply it with a custom ticking factory. And we're actually going to have a custom block entity factory as well. And we're also going to have a multi-block. So we're going to have a block entity factory. And we're going to have a ticker factory. And then we're also going to have multi-block properties. which is going to take in a new... Oh wait, what does this take in? Oh, that just takes in the multi-block type. Okay, so this is going to be multi-block type init dot rotary kiln. Okay, good night, Basti. Okay, you guys want to hear my big brain idea? My big brain idea is that I'm going to have an integer property. How do you do this? Int property? Int property. Okay. And this is going to be a segment index. And this will be between 0 and 16. And then right, I will add how do I add a state? I forgot how I do this. Add state property, maybe? Segment index 0. So then what it will do is it will just look for the segment in the direction of the horizontal facing, or in the opposite direction of the horizontal facing. If that makes sense. I mean, I know what I mean, but I think that will work. Will this be powered by the motor of the drill? Maybe. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with the motor, to be honest, because in theory, yes, but the motor that the drill uses is way too small. It doesn't make sense to power something that's going to be 3x3 blocks in diameter and you know, however many blocks long, right? 6 to 16 blocks long. Doesn't really make sense to be able to power that, so it probably will, but I'm probably going to have to change that at some point, to be honest. Because yeah, it's just not gonna it's not gonna work. You can add a gearbox then? Maybe. We'll see. I don't know, that sounds kind of scary. We'll see. First we need to add the multi-block anyway. So this is 3x3. No, this is not that. This is 3x3x1. Which is going to be 8 blocks. I kind of want to make it hollow in the middle. Is that a bad idea? I think that's a bad idea, because then people could just place blocks in the middle. And then yeah, that wouldn't work. Okay. I mean, I could actually make it like, I think it's 3x3 isn't actually that big. If you think about it, right, like 3x3, right? So, modded entity. We're going to have to do this at some point anyway, so we might as well actually just do it now. So we're going to say rotary kiln model. Right, so 3x3. Let's get the scene. We can do Minecraft player. Sure. So bear in mind the Minecraft player is 2 blocks, right? So this isn't going to be that big if you think about it like that. Like, maybe 3x3 is actually just too small. Because kind of the whole point of this is, like, it needs to be big. Like, it's like some big colossal thing. And it's just not going to be that if it's 3 by 3, right? Like, we're talking this. That's basically it. We actually wouldn't have that middle bit. And then we'd be having, like... I mean, actually, just to make this easier to demonstrate, it's going to be like... How big's this? So if we do 256, that would be 16 blocks, right? Yeah. So that's basically the size we're talking about. I mean, that's not that big. I just want to see, okay, if it was 6 by 6, right? How big would that be? So we're talking about like... there's no point in me having like all of these individual blocks. Okay. So we're going to go 1. So that's 3 by 3. 6 by 6 is actually kind of a pain. Like, it really needs to be 5 by 5. Not 6 by 6. Because otherwise the center block is going to be, like, not center. Like, okay, if it was 6 by 6, right? So this is 16 up, so I'm gonna go there. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. Is this right? Wait. Am I miscounting? Or is that... I think this is fine actually, isn't it? I think I've miscounted actually. Alright, because I'm doing 5, I'm not doing 6. That's why. That's why it looks weird. Okay. No, so these are actually one shorter because of the top one, right? So if it was 6 by 6 by 6, it would be... Oh no, 5 by 5 by 5. This is 5 by 5 by 5. Right? This isn't that big. I feel like. We're talking... $250... Come on. 256. Opinions? And it'd be more like this end would be closed off, of course. You'd be talking something like this. And then kind of there you would have like a big Bunsen burner, basically. Can you have the model rotate in game? Yeah, it will. Yeah. But like, not the outside. So this outside bit won't rotate. There'll have to be some kind of like inside bit that will rotate. I don't really know how that's going to work, to be honest. It's basically going to be this. The thing is, I think We might have to actually just have 2 blocks, like 2 different blocks. Because how... Because you're going to have to place, like, the Bunsen burner. Right? Like, there's going to have to be a burner there at this end. And this end is going to have this backboard as well. So... Or... You know what? I'm trying to think. What if I split this model into 16 parts, right? So 1 part for each block. But it was all part of this single model. And then I could just have the renderer render each segment as it exists, right? So it'll check how many parts are going to be in the multi-block. If there's 1 part, it renders the first segment. If there's 2 parts, it renders both of the first 2 segments. If there's 3 parts, it renders the first 3, etc, etc. Maybe that would be a good idea. So that doesn't really solve the Bunsen burner problem. I could maybe have it so there's like a GUI, and you have to like put the Bunsen burner in the GUI and then it will render it there? Maybe? That might be the way to go. I think that's probably the way to go. Now, one thing I should actually do, though, is this needs to be facing north, really, because this is otherwise just going to cause me a horrendous amount of problems. So... Look, let's come in like that. In like that. Like that, there we go. So 1, 2, 3. So that needs to be 48. Go. And then it needs to come 2 blocks this way, which is going to be 32. Like that, like that. 16 blocks that way, 16 that way. This is going to come to there. I think this is actually going to be kind of cool when this is done. Where am I going to? I'm going to... Let's just go to here and then I can just do 16 over. I don't particularly want to get the proportions wrong. That would be a bit of a pain. Okay, is that in correctly? That doesn't look right. It is, apparently. Okay, so if I just bring that in. There we go, and now I'm just going to delete this one. I'm going to duplicate this. To be honest, actually, this doesn't need to be these many parts, does it? I mean, I am going to bring them back temporarily, just because I'm going to want to have them here on this one. And then I'm gonna group these. But this first one can actually just be one part. It doesn't need to be multiple parts. I can just do that. That. Okay. And this can be in a group. Now, how am I going to name these? I'm just going to call them, I think, Seg1 or Seg0. Seg1. And then basically, I'm just going to copy Seg1 14 more times. But that will even rename them for me as well. I wonder actually if I copy Seg1 and Seg2, does that make them Seg3 and Seg4? It does! Let's go! That's going to make this even easier for me then. So then I can just copy all 4 of these. Duplicate. That makes 1 to 8. So how many is that? So if I duplicate these again, that'll make 16, and then I'll just delete the last one, because then otherwise that would be 17. So if I just delete number 16. Okay. So basically, this is what we're going to have. Now, I am going to order these because otherwise when it gets into IntelliJ, it's going to be really weird. And they're not going to be in the right order. So, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Good night, Go-Go. Sleep well. And yeah, I'm also going to make a Bunsen burner. So I'm going to do the burner. Burner. Like this. And I'm going to put this basically... So where are we? We're not in the right place. How can I... Can't make it... I hate that you can't like... I'm stuck here. I can't zoom in further. Which is annoying. Because it makes it very hard to tell when I'm looking at that back wall. What I can actually do... If I just grab Seg1 to like 5. And just disable those. Okay. Then I can just come in. Now, how do I... You can like reset the camera, can't you? Angles, initial angle. There we go. So then what I can do, now that I can't see those other segments, because that's what I don't want, right? So first step is going to be make them all, make it in the middle. It's actually going to be kind of tricky. I think I can probably use that marker there. But that should be 1 up, maybe. It's very hard to tell. I think that's in the middle. If I do, what am I facing? I'm facing south. So if I do south. Oh. North. There you go. Yeah, so that's exactly in the middle. That's perfectly fine. Okay. Good. How can I get rid of the angle? Get rid of orthographic. There we go. Okay. So how does the Bunsen burner look? Rotary kiln burner. Oh. Oh. Apparently. Interesting. Apparently the burner actually goes at this end. So the items will flow this way, and then the burner actually flows this. Like the gases from the burner flow this way. That makes things a lot more complicated. How do I fix that? Make that work then? So the burner is basically just a big pipe. Like you can see it here, it's literally just like it's just a pipe. How fast does it spin? What? It can't spin that fast, can it? You see, there is a slight problem that we're gonna have, and that is that it kind of does work on like gravity. Like you can see here, basically the whole thing is actually just rotated downwards is the problem. But like we can't obviously do that in Minecraft because that doesn't make sense. So we may have to innovate a little bit. I guess the thing is we can't have like some kind of conveyor because it rotates. And that doesn't make sense. Yeah, that is a problem. Can anyone think of a solution for that? Yeah, like this is basically how it should be. So the entire pipe would be rotated downwards, but we can't do that because it just doesn't make sense. So we have to somehow, like it doesn't, yeah, because it rotates. I was thinking we could just have like some kind of fake conveyor in the middle. But obviously we can't do that because it rotates. So we have to somehow like, and maybe there could be like some kind of like suspended conveyor. Oh, no, that doesn't make sense either, really, does it? Because the thing is, if there's a conveyor, that's not really actually going to help anyways, because then it's not going to like mix it. And the entire point is that it also does, it does kind of like mix as it's going down because it like slashes around and stuff. I wonder, is Mr. Ilya online? No, he's not. I was gonna ask him if he had any ideas, because he knows obviously about all this stuff. But he's not online, so I cannot ask him. Okay, I guess we could just ignore that fact then, maybe? Do you guys think we can just ignore it and it's fine? I think we probably can. I actually realize now that I shouldn't have done this. We have a minor problem. Like a kind of big major problem, actually. Well, it's not a major problem. But like all of segments 15 to 2 need to get deleted. Because... Well, actually... Yeah, so this... I shouldn't have deleted 2 because we still need 2. Because 1 is actually going to be different from 2. So 2 or 1 actually needs to like have a hole in the top. And there needs to be some kind of like tube coming down because there needs to be input. I don't actually know how that works in the real one, but whatever. Actually, this is still going to need to like be here. This is just the... this is actually just going to be part of seg 2. Oh. Or seg 1. Yeah, seg 1. Like that. Oh, I deleted seg 2. Ah, well. I'm going to just bring it back like that. As long as we delete that. Okay, let's hide seg 2 for now. So basically in this middle block here, there will need to be an input. So what I am going to do, I'm going to make this 48. And then, oh, what did I just do? Don't do that. I need to duplicate and move it there. And then this will be the input right there. So what I'm basically gonna have is a big little like tube. Like this. And go 2 in. And there we go. That's not right. These need to come one over like that. And then do that. That's actually... that's fine actually. And that shouldn't be too much of an issue. It's not perfect, but it's fine. Duplicate like that. And then basically this is going to be like a big long funnel. So this is just going to funnel downwards like that. So how tall is that? That's 32. There you go. Sure, that's fine. And then it needs to like funnel outwards like this way. So I will duplicate this one. Okay, scale it down so that we can make this more manageable. And then I'm going to move the pivot. I'll go pivot tool. We'll center it and then we'll move it to there. And that just means that I can do like this. And make this front side not quite as tall. And basically that will just come out to like there. We don't particularly want it to go like over though, so there. And that should basically be fine. It looks a bit weird, but I think that's fine. So that's all part of segment 1. So then you'll see then segment 2 will be like there. And segment 1 actually isn't gonna like rotate. So because segment 1 isn't gonna rotate, it really needs to be like this. All needs to be filled in. Wait, why? Oh, right. Yeah, because of course, because this comes out to there. And then I'll just basically duplicate this one. Bring this down. So, I mean, that's like too long really, but it doesn't really matter. We'll just do like that. Because you're never going to see it. And then basically that's it. So, I mean, I could actually bring this down. Right, like that. And there you go. That'll basically be what it's like. I can duplicate that and maybe make it like down to there. Is that fine actually if I do that? No, that's going to cause a problem, isn't it? That doesn't really make sense, to be honest. I could do like that. But the problem is it needs to go above this little ledge here. So if I just do that, that will be fine. And then if I make this like there. Wait, this doesn't overlap, does it? No, that's fine. So then this one will just be part of segment 2. So it'll kind of like build itself in a way. I'm gonna adjust this front panel actually. Be like that, and then I'm just gonna pull these 2 forward like that. And then bring them down by 2. 1, 2. And then that just fills that in, so it doesn't look so weird. And then in segment 2, we're going to have the rotating part. So we're going to have a new group. And this is going to be the seg 2. I don't actually know like what the rotating part is called, or if it even has a name. I'm just going to call it seg2 rotate. I don't know. We'll add a new cube. And basically, I don't entirely know how this is going to look, to be honest, but like something like, maybe like that or something. Didn't think about that. Okay. Right, so maybe it just needs to be too high then. Sure. Because then what I need to have is I need to have the same thing. Wait, this is... Oh, wait, this is the wrong size, actually. This needs to be... Where's the middle? So this is the middle right there. So that's then 60 by 60. Okay. Let me just try this again. There we go. So there needs to be some kind of like thing. So this needs to come up 16 and then up. It'll basically be like this, but somehow these need to be joined, which is going to be the complex part. So I don't suppose... Does Blockbench have a plugin to like I think Blockbench has a plugin to do this. How do you view the plugins? My god, I haven't... Plugins, here we go. So, installed. It's not what I have installed. I'm looking for one that does the like shape. You can draw, you can like create shapes. Shape generator, is this it? Might be it. Okay, so if I go tools, generate shape, hexadecagon. No, I think we just want an octagon, I think. And then the diameter is going to be 3. Oh wait, no, it's going to be 3 by 16, so 48. And then the... Oh wait, this is the... Oh, I see. So this can be the radius, right? So or this can be the... Oh, you can't have it a certain length? Okay, we'll have it be the radius then. Fine. And then the height slash depth is going to be... Oh, I see. Okay, this needs to be on the z-axis then. And then this will be the length. So this will be 16. That's fine. And then the radius is going to be 48. I believe. Confirm. Border width, we'll go 2. Okay. Yes, but also no. So I think that's actually done 48 on the width, am I right? Yeah, so that's actually not quite done what I want. So we're gonna go tools, generate shape, and I think just flip these. Okay. And now where is it? Okay, no. No. Definitely not. Okay. So we want octagon. We want on the z-axis was actually correct. I think I just have it 16 by 16 and see what that does. Okay, so definitely not 16. Height slash depth. Let's try change that to 32 and just see what that does. Okay, so that's like the actual length. So 16 is fine for that. Hello Mid, welcome to the stream. Right, so 16 was fine for that. So I think this needs to be 32. Kind of, yes. So 32 isn't big enough, right? So we've got octagon, Z. Let's try 48. Might be onto something. There we go. Things are going well. Yeah, things are going good, I believe, here. How are things going with you? Things going well, I hope. We're just getting the rotary kiln done here, so things are coming along pretty well here. I don't know actually if these should be in there. Yeah, those should probably be in there. Yeah, so basically what's going to happen is this thing here is going to rotate, right? So it's going to be like this, which it's going to be a bit weird because it will like phase through like this. But I think it's fine, to be honest. Like it's not that big of a deal. And it's basically just going to do this, right? And it's going to spin around. Probably not this fast, of course. Waiting for summer to end of school. That is quite a while away. I think you're going to be waiting a while. Because when does it end? Like, yeah, I don't know when it ends for school. When does school end? I don't know. Let's see. I finish uni like end of May. So for schools, it must be like June, July, maybe July. I think. July, August, September. No, it can't be July. July must be too late. Is it like halfway through June? I don't know. When does school end? Why is this not right? Wait, why is this too long? I'm a little bit confused. Is there a gap there? Oh, there is. I didn't even see that. There we go. So then, look at this. If I duplicate seg2, the whole thing will do that. I'm actually going to rename this because otherwise that's going to annoy me and that's going to change every single time. So I'll just call it rotate seg2 and call this rotate seg3. And then what that means is that when I next duplicate this, you see it calls it rotate seg4, which is what we want. So now I can copy seg 2 to 3, 2 to 4, like that. And we'll get seg 6, seg 7, seg 5. Let's put these in the right order. But then if I duplicate these again, this will give us 14, I think. So we've got seg 8, seg 13, seg 12, seg 11, seg 10, seg 9. Okay. So we're gonna have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 14 segment. So we just need to duplicate 12 and 13. Which, oh, 12 and 13. I don't know why I did that. Wait, that's not right. Why is 12 and 13? And oops, don't do that. 9, 8. Wait, why is that 8? What? 7, 6, 5, not 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, so 2 is correct, 3 is correct, 4 is correct. So 5 is not correct. So 5 is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 7 is 6. And then 6 is 5. So do there. 5 is 7. And then 7 is 6. So then I can just rename that to 6. I can rename that to 5. And then I can rename that to 7. Like that. So that's then 5, 6, 7. Wait, 8 is number 12. I don't know how this has happened, but sure. So 8 is 12. 9 is 8. So I can actually just rename that straight to 8. 10 is 9. 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Okay, so this is 10. This is 11. And then 12 is 13. And then 8 is 12. So, oops, didn't mean to do that. So we've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Let's just check this. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, good. Good. So, yeah, this is fine then. So that's 30. Wait, why is that 13? That's not right. We want 14. Oh, you know what that's fucked up? That's fucked up all of these, isn't it? Okay, we're gonna have to go through those in a second. And also 15. That. Yeah, that's okay. So 15 is fine, 14 is fine. This is 13. Oh my god, I can't do that. Okay. I know 2 is fine, so I'm going to delete 3 onwards then. And I'm going to try this again. So 3. That would be 4 and 5, hopefully. So that's 4. That's 5. and then hopefully 6 is actually number 6. 6. No, that hasn't worked. Damn it! Okay, I'm going back to what I had before then, because this was kind of right. It's just I need to rename these. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So this is actually 12_13. And then we find whichever one this is assigned to. So this is 8, so this is actually 12. I can rename that one straight away, so that's fine. This is 13, so this needs to be 11. This can be renamed back to 13 now, right? Yeah. So 10 has been renamed to 11, so this is actually 10. And this means that this one can be renamed back to 11. And then 9 is currently 10, so that needs to go to 9. Which means that this one can be renamed to 10. And then this one needs to be 8. One can be renamed to 9. And 7, I guess, needs to be renamed like that. 6 needs to be renamed to 6. Can I do that? I can't do that. So this needs to be 6. And 5 needs to be renamed to 5. 4 is probably fine. And 3 is fine. So then this can be renamed to 6. This can be renamed 7. And this can be renamed 8. Let's go through and check them all. So 0 is fine. 1 is fine. 2 is fine. 3 is fine. 4 is fine. 5 is fine. 6 is fine. 7 is fine. 8 is fine. 9 is fine. 10 is fine. 11 is fine. 12 is fine. 13 is fine. 14 is fine. 15 is fine. Okay. Perfect. Oh. Not quite perfect. I forgot to remove these. But that's trivial to fix. So that just needs to do this. And I don't need to remove one there, do I? No. Okay. Okay. So. Perfect. This is pretty much everything then. So the only other thing that we do need, of course, is the actual burner tube. Now, that's going to be hard to do because that could be variable, right? It's going to be at wherever the end is. So it could be anywhere along here, basically. I think for now, I will leave it. I don't really want to leave it out because it's going to mess everything up. I guess the burner tube actually needs to come at the end. It's actually not even part of this multi-block, but it like will need to be part of this. But maybe what I do is I make it so that number or the last no, it, damn it. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like this for now. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this for now. I just do want to check one thing. Just check the pivot point of these. But that's fine. Okay. Okay. So. Okay. Let's create a texture. This is going to be a massive texture, by the way. Yeah, look at this. Oh my god. 1024 by 1024. Wow. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I wonder how big it's going to be in terms of like actual file size. Oh yeah, it's lagging my my drive. Okay. So source, main, resources, assets, Industria, textures, block. And this is going to be the rotary underscore kiln. Okay. This looks so weird. Okay, then we're going to save both. So we're going to save the BB model first, of course, so rotary kiln model. And then we're also going to save, oops, don't do that. We need to save the actual class as well, of course. So rotary kiln model. Okay, voxel shape. Voxel shape. Oh, we'll come back to the voxel shape. We'll come back to that because that's gonna, that's probably gonna kill me over. Okay, it's no longer 3 by 3 by 1. It's now 5 by 5 by 1. So 5 by 5 is obviously 10. So that's gonna be. Wait, 5 by 5 is not 10. What am I on about? Oh my god. I just said 5 by 5 is 10. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. I can tell things are starting to fall apart in my brain. Voxel shape. So we're going to have the voxel shape is equal. Oh my god. Voxel shapes dot full cube. For now. That's definitely going to change, but we'll stick with it for now. This is going to be that. That's fine. We are going to need the block entity class, which is scaring me a little bit, but here we are. So it extends updatable block entity. It implements syncable tickable block entity. It implements block entity with GUI of a block was payload. It implements block entity content stopper. It implements multi-blockable. And it also implements something else which I've forgotten, I think. Maybe not, but I think it does. Okay, we need the constructor, which will be block entity type init dot rotary kiln. Okay, which fixes that. Perfect. So first we need to do the block entity factory. Yeah, so for this we're gonna have the pos and the state. Why is it not giving me pos and the state? There you go. So I want to say that if state dot has or state dot get segment index is not equal 0, then we're just going to give it null. Or if it is 0 actually, then we'll do block entity type init dot rotary kiln dot instantiate pos state or null. That needs to be that. And that needs to not be that. And basically the ticking factory is going to be exactly the same. So let's have a private static boolean is primary segment block state. And then we can just say is primary segment state, which simplifies this a little bit. And then this needs to be tickable block entity dot create ticker world. Really, I should just supply the original, but and then this needs to be dot build. Okay. Perfect. So. Okay, this is where things now get complicated. So, ooh, this is going to cause a problem actually, because if it's not a block entity, okay, it actually does need to be a block entity. Yeah, it does need to be a block entity. So actually, this is perfectly fine as it was. The ticker, though, is going to be different. I could actually have two different block entities. That's probably not a bad idea, to be honest. Having two different block entities, having one for like the controller, and then having one for the non-controller ones, right? That might be a good idea. So I might do that. Although the problem is that we'll need to change. If the controller is destroyed, then the one that's the controller. Ah, shit, that's going to cause a problem, isn't it? The problem will be if the controller is destroyed. Because then all of the other ones need to get updated. And a new one will become the controller. Which isn't like too much of a problem. I mean, actually, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know what happens if the state changes. Is a new block entity created? I actually don't know how that works. This dot block entity factory. Where is this used? That's used here. This is used here. Create block entity is called or it's called in set block state. That only works. So that actually only works if the block is changed. There is another solution to this whole problem, and that is actually just have a custom item, like a custom block item, and have it so the block item will actually replace down a different block. That could work. That's actually probably better, right? So the block item, if there's no, if where you're trying to place it there's no controller, then it will make it a controller. If it finds a controller, no, yeah, if it finds a controller where you're trying to place it, then it will place it as a non-controller block. That could work. That's actually probably the way to go here. Because then that means I don't have to have a rotary kiln block. It just means that this would be 15. In fact, this wouldn't have a segment index at all. This here. So this can go. These can go because these are always going to happen. It just means that now we're going to have... Yeah, so basically, we're going to rename this to be a rotary kiln controller block. And then we're going to duplicate it to be a rotary kiln block. Right. We're going to plonk this in. And we're going to do add state property, segment index, 0. Just as like the default value. It's not going to tick. And this currently just takes in block init.rotary kiln, but it also needs to take in well, this is actually the rotary kiln controller. And then it also needs to take in the normal one, which will be its own block. So we'll have rotary kiln controller, and we'll have a normal rotary kiln. Like that. This should be able to support that. That shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, so if it's in a rotary kiln block entity, this needs to also have an OR statement. Else if it's an instance of a controller, yeah, basically. So this needs to be rotary kiln controller. This needs to be controller. The other thing is actually this isn't actually going to work. That is actually going to have to be 2 different multi-blocks. I think I'm trying to think how the multi-block system works internally and whether or not you can like supply like IO ports on a different one. I don't think you can. No, you can't, because it's actually they're physically separate blocks. You can't actually do that. So yeah, that actually does have to be 2 different multi-blocks, which is kind of insane. So this will actually just be that. And then we'll have a normal one, which is going to be multi-block type of a rotary. It might know what I want. Yeah, rotary kiln. And then this is basically going to be exactly the same, but it's not going to drop contents. Just going to break the multi-block. Hey, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. This is then not going to have this, because this is now the controller. But we are going to have a separate one, which will just be the rotary kiln. And we're going to need to create this class as well. So we'll come into here. This is getting quite complicated already. Multi-blockable. This is implements block. There you go. And then multi-block, type in it, got rotary. No, what am I doing? No. Block entity type. In it. Got rotary kiln. Okay. Like that. Okay, then we just need to implement these three methods. There we go. That's fine. This is fine. Okay. Yeah, so... Okay. So when this is placed, we're going to need to do some things. Which I think is this method right here. Let me actually check what I use in here for placement. So there's get placement state, but that's not the right one. Yeah, so I do use on place. So what that does is that builds the multi-block. That's fine. I could make it so then build multi-block will actually do the logic for doing it. There's unsuccessful build. Interesting. I didn't know that existed. So in fact, I might not even need this then. All I might have to do is I might have to say... Huh. Oh, unless that was in multi-blockable. Build multi-block. Unsuccessful build. So what does this do? Build multi-block. Find usage. On place. Oh, so that passes in block entity marked dirty. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. But that's not really helpful. Yeah, so what does build multi-block actually do? Does build multi-block doesn't validate it, does it? But it should validate it. So build multi-block should do the validation. But it currently doesn't. But that's fine for now. So it's just after this happens, then I need to grab the controller. So yeah, so basically what I want to do is I want to get whatever block is in the offset of this facing. So if I say block pause controller pause is offset, and this is going to be I think properties or something, properties.face, and we'll actually do horizontal thing. And not that I think it really matters, but cool. Okay, so if control so we need to then get the state, so we'll say block state controller state is equal world.getBlock state at the controller pause. Then we need to check if the state is a controller, right? So if it is, then we're going to set it to no. So if it's a controller, then we want to set it to be segment index 1. So set block state pause state.with or 0 actually. Well, actually we can have it between 1 and 16, right? So it doesn't have to be a minimum of that. So segment index 1. We actually don't need to do that at all, do we? Never mind, because it defaults to being 1. But that's fine. So what we actually need to do is, if it's a controller, then we need to get the block entity. Then we'll get the block entity. And then what we can do is we can do controller. This will be the... I'll just rename this to the control. Actually, that's fine. And then I will say add Kiln segment at pause. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say else if the controller state is instance of if it's instance of or not instance of, if it is of the non-controller, right? So if it's the same block, which actually I can just do this, then we're going to set it to controller state don't get segment index +1, and we're also going to find the controller. So we're going to say block pause actual controller is going to be offset, and I think you can offset it with an amount. Yes. So controller state dot get segment index. And actually we need to do in reality the opposite on all of these. Okay. I think this can be simplified. But I'm lazy. I'm going to ask Grok to simplify it for me. Because I'm pretty sure, basically, this could be put into a while loop. I believe. I'm pretty sure it could be done using... no, I guess I see why it couldn't. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, this is fine then. This is fine. The only thing is possibly putting this into a method. So like having a private void add segment or add kiln segment. Fine, doesn't really matter. Which will take in the world and the block pause. Yeah, and then it will do the block pause controller pause. And then basically what I can do is I can just call this like that. Hello Wide, I am working on the multi-block stuff. Trying to make it work. If it's removed, it should really like update its neighbors, right? Because it needs to turn them into controllers if they're not. Oh god, that's gonna be such a pain in the butt, man. So, okay, what it needs to do is it needs to on state replaced. What is on state replaced actually? Okay, so I can actually do this in the block entity itself. Because I can do break multi-block. So this is fine. This will go ahead and just break the multi-block. That's not a problem. But then what I need to do is I need to grab the controller. So let's say, well, actually, I don't need to grab the controller. I just need to grab the one that's in the other direction. So let's grab block state, offset state is equal world.get block state pos dot offset properties dot horizontal facing What's wrong with that? Oh right. get cache state dot get horizontal facing. Let me actually make this a var. Offset pause. That'll get the state. And then what we'll do is we will check if that is instance of a rotary kiln block. No. Yes. Yes, that's correct. So if offset state dot get block is of, or just offset state is of, lock in it dot rotary kiln. Then we need to actually set that to be a controller. So we need to say set block to offset pause to be the problem is it needs to call on placed. I don't know how to do that. Even if I do on state replaced, that doesn't have a player, does it? Oh. I could have on break, which does have a player. Or after break. And it might be fine. But I'm thinking I need to do like block in it dot rotary kiln controller. I'll get default state. And then dot with properties dot horizontal facing, offset dot get state horizontal facing. There's two facing. And I can do with facing facing. Because that would be the same anyways, that's fine. And then I don't suppose set block state will actually add the block entity, does it? Or does that like happen the next tick, I wonder? Like, can I just straight after this go ahead and say if like, can I now do world not get block entity at offset pause? Oh, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I wanted to surround this in an if statement, but apparently you can't do that. So I wanted to check if this is now an instance of a rotary controller. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say controller block entity dot created by replace to set created by replacement. I think that makes sense. So then basically what I'll do is in there it will first get the direction facing is equal properties dot horizontal facing, and then I will basically just go I will do While true, it gets the offset pause, it gets the state. State is of a rotary kiln. Is of block init dot rotary kiln. Then we're going to set the state to be offset state. What I need to actually have is while int segment index, while segment index is less than 16, and then I can say with rotary kiln block dot what was it called? Segment index. Segment index. Is this private? Why is it private? What? That's kind of strange. Plus plus. That should just update those states, and then else it just breaks. Let's say here if world is equal null, return or world.isClient. Okay. I think this will work. I do need to do this. We need to really fill out this class. So let's create a private final list of block pars, which is the kiln segments is equal to a new array list. And we're just going to say kiln segments dot add pause. This can actually be a set, which will just make that a little bit better. Get block. We can do this. Get cache state dot get block. This is going to be multi-block type init dot rotary kiln controller. We're going to also want that, so we're going to make private final list of block pause multi-block positions is equal to a new array list, and that would just be returned in here. Get screen opening data will just return a new block pause of this dot pause. Let's do the title. So let's go text title is equal Industria container title rotary kiln controller, or just a rotary kiln really. Title create menu will be a new rotary kiln screen handler. Sure, that will do for now. That's fine. Okay. Find positions should be pretty small. So it's gonna be 5 by 5 by 1. This is going to be the X, Y. So we're going to need, I'm actually going to copy this somewhat from the drill. Even though it's not that similar, it's like going to be helpful to look at it. I'll create a list of block pos. Not the drill, actually, because the drill does not validate its position. So we'll use the clarifier. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. So we'll have a list of positions, and then we'll also have a list of block pos valid. X negative 2, X negative 2. This isn't actually gonna work, though, because that won't work with rotation. Will it? It will not. So I need a direction. Oh, it already has the facing. Y is equal to 0. What? What are you doing? Y is less than 5. And Z will not change. Z will be just... There just won't be. So then we need the block pos. But it needs to do it based on basing. What do I return at the end? I'm gonna be lazy, and I'm gonna make Grok do it for me, because I could sit here and figure it out, but the thing is, I cannot be bothered to try and figure out the rotation stuff, so I'm gonna ask it to do it for me. You guys can watch if you want, I guess. So yeah, all I'm doing is asking it to find the position. It needs to take into account the rotate. And hopefully should be able to figure it out. What's wrong with Grok, Wide? Grok is useful sometimes. Oh, yes, I wonder if it knows... Oh, it knows it's a rotary kiln. But it might actually know from that alone that 5x5x1 is like a flat face rather than like a on the ground face. That'd be very smart if it figured that out from that. And I did say that anyway, so it should know that, but... What's it wrote here? Length 5, offset, facing I. I think I'm gonna need to tell it that the controller is the middle block. There's an annoying buzz sound from my mic? I don't think there is. Understanding the structure. Oh, you see what it's done, huh? It's just put in a switch case. It's the music? I mean, it shouldn't cause a buzzing sound. I think you're going crazy wide, to be honest. What is it done here? You can hear it too? Well, I know it's not my mic because when I don't speak, I can see it's not coming through as anything. Huh. I don't know. I can't hear anything from that. I kind of don't like this because it's not what's wrong with it, bro? Now I want to hear it back. You know what? I'm gonna hear it back. Uh, oh, no, don't do that because that's gonna echo. um, how do I? Here we go. I'm just gonna quickly. Oh, I can't do that because that's gonna. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I can hear it. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I can hear it. It's like a weird, like crackling sound. Like crackling sound. I think it's my mic though, because it only happens like after I speak. So I'm guessing that's what it is. No, it's not maxing out. It's only an orange. It's not that. It's probably just my mic being funky. Wait. Okay, testing, testing. Hello, testing, testing. Is it fine now? I don't know. Maybe. Let me listen to it again. Let me listen to it again. Nope, it's still there. Nope, it's still there. Or is it? Yeah, it is, I think. Huh. It could be one of the filters I have on. I have a noise gate and I have noise suppression, I have a compressor and a limiter. I don't really know what the difference between all of them are. It was a long time ago since I added them. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, anyways, right. This is fine, I think. I mean, it's not great, but it's fine. The origin is just a stop pause, of course. Stop pause. Just a pause. Stop pause. Stop pause. Just stop pause. The only thing is for up and down, those can just go bye-bye because that will never happen. Let me just put these in brackets as well so that we can actually read them. There we go. Like that. Like that. That, yeah. Okay. Switch facing. This can be null? Oh, it could be null. Yeah. I think you can do case null comma default. Yeah, you can. So that'll be fine. That should probably be. Let's space these out a little bit. They're playing the same thing again. It is. How weird. Stop doing that. Okay. So this will be -2 to 2. 0 to 4 is 5 blocks. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. And depth range is 1 block. Depth range. That's fine, I think. Should be fine. I'm just gonna copy this and I'm gonna put it in here. We're also gonna have that list in there as well, so a private final list of block pause, multi-block positions. It's just gonna be multi-block type init dot rotary kiln. This dot multi-block position. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Don't need that anymore. That's fine. Okay, we are going to want a wrapped inventory storage. Let's have a private... Oh, we'll actually put it below that now. Private final wrapped inventory storage of a simple inventory. Going to be the wrapped inventory storage is a new wrapped inventory storage. And I can just go ahead and return that. Yeah. Okay, syncable storages. Can't really do that yet. But we'll get back to it. Okay. Let's just do the basic tick thing. So this dot world is equal null, or this dot world dot is client. Then we're going to return. No, just get that sorted out. And then the rest is basically just going to be... Well, to be honest, this is going to be a really simple block entity in terms of like actual functionality. Like all of it is just going to be rendering, pretty much. There's going to be a very simple recipe, which will just be a furnace recipe basically. So it'll just be one input, one output. So it's not even going to have fuel. The only fuel condition there'll be is temperature, but that will be set by the Bunsen. So it should be fine. We will need that though, so we will need a private final wrapped heat storage of a simple heat storage, which is the wrapped heat storage. Okay, and then that will just need to be handled in... So we are going to want a few things actually. We're going to want write MBT. Actually, the logic for processing is going to be kind of complicated, I guess. Because it's going to function as like a conveyor belt, right? So it's going to process a lot at once, but not all at once, because it's actually going to output all the time, basically, because it's a conveyor, right? It'll go like one output, one output, one output, one output. So it's actually a lot more complex than that, now that I think about it. I'm thinking, do we just have like a list of recipes, maybe? I guess. Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it, right? Just have a list of recipes. Though I do want to make it so you have to have it be one item and you can't just put any item in there. I think that would be better. Yeah, I'm thinking you probably shouldn't be able to like open the GUI and put items, right? I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, but anyways, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. Because I have uni work that I need to kind of speedrun tonight. though I am almost done. I need to just finish the speed running. So maybe I'll stream again tomorrow. We'll see. I'm not sure. Yeah, and we'll probably finish this off tomorrow, maybe, depending on if the multi-block stuff works. If the multi-block stuff doesn't work, then we're not going to get it finished off tomorrow, but that should work. I think we'll manage to get that working. But yeah, as I say, that's I think going to be it for this stream. So I hope you guys enjoyed, and yeah, I will see you in the next stream. Goodbye.